Good morning, everyone. We'll call the special meeting of the School Board of the Manatee County School District to order. If you'll all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. The chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items under agenda amendments on the March 23, 2018 agenda, updated March 22, 2018, and posted to the district website. And just because I know the agenda changed a couple of times, in looking at the time constraints we had today, the primary purpose for calling the meeting this morning is around the first issue that we're going to address, which is a hearing on a termination. We then are going to be following that with an executive session of the board that will be dealing with issues related to IT security, and therefore it will be basically a shade meeting. Then we will close that. We'll reopen the board meeting for this morning to address the post-referendum, which is for the board's opportunity to lay the foundation for moving forward in the next school year with the much needed additional revenues for our teachers and support staff and bus drivers and STEM. So with that, we will have public comment, and I will turn it over to the vice chair. That will be followed by our general counsel providing guidance to the board with regards to its quasi-judicial role in that hearing. So, Madam Vice Chair. Well, I have a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I don't want to second
Mike.
this. I'd like to make. Oh,
okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda, but we have to get a second before I can do that.
I'll second.
Well, you made the
Made the motion.
Wait.
you made the motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay. Now,
Okay.
now
So
I'd
discussion,
like to, make a
please.
motion to amend.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have four what I hope are going to be very quick items. One to be added at the front of the agenda.
4. Hold on just a second.
So that would become item number 1, and then 3, which can be added to the end of the agenda. And time permitting, we'll get to them. So one, again, the motion is to amend the agenda to include 1 new action item to start the agenda, and then 3 more on the tail end of the agenda.
Okay. So with that, you want to handle that in 2 motions?
I think it's all could be covered in one motion.
Are they related topics or?
No, all 4 are different.
Okay, so my suggestion is that we handle each one separately. And so if you want to make a motion, you make a motion to amend, and we can discuss whatever the topic is.
Okay, I'll do the first one then.
I think that's probably the best way.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to include an item, I guess, Mr. Dyhash, should I just, because I'm making a motion to amend, I'm not making the motion I want to add to the agenda, so.
Oh, okay, run.
I think, Mr. Kenny, what you're trying to do is amend the agenda to add an item.
Right.
I think you should go ahead and name what the item is.
Okay, perfect, okay.
So you know where to put it on the agenda.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha,
Yeah.
yeah. Excuse me, so I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to include an action item to rescind the actions taken at the November 28th, 2017 election of a chair and vice chair, and hold a new organizational meeting immediately, chaired by Superintendent Green, to nominate a new chair and vice chair. And if I get a second, I'll explain why.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. It really comes down to a simple thing, Mr. Chair. It's, I'm calling for these new elections because I am very, very troubled by not just the incident that took place in the parking lot, but the reference to a gun in the parking lot. And I believe if that were a student of ours, they would probably be standing before us for an expulsion hearing. And if it were one of our employees, they would be terminated by the end of the day. And I think we as board members need to hold ourselves to an even higher standard than we do our employees, and that's why I ask for this motion.
So you're referring to within the course of a report to a police sergeant, right? You understand that was not a public comment, and you realize there was no firearm. Okay, so now understand.
Go ahead, and then I'll respond.
That comment was made to the police sergeant that the incident was being reported to. Okay. And so,
would you like me to address that?
I would.
Okay. The circumstances by which it became public are not what troubles me. It's the time, 2 weeks after Parkland, we had already had a rash of false threats, so the district was kind of already on edge because of that. And then in the days following, there was continued news coverage which put the district, I think, in my opinion, in a bad light. I was hoping this would be a quick motion up or down, or approved up or down, and I don't want to turn this into an airing of grievances. But when you say you didn't have a firearm in your car, I do believe you. But the fact that that came out in the moment troubles me greatly.
And you did not witness the incident.
I didn't,
So
no.
you were not, and I will tell you that I'm in disagreement with what the police department did with regards to the case. It has been reviewed by judges, other attorneys. It's not over. And so I will tell you, and it should not be, the video speaks for itself, and I'm sure you've seen the video.
I have, yeah.
I was exposed to an individual that was in a state of rage and anger. And so I am more than offended by the basis with which you're making the motion. Sergeant Donnelly was present when I immediately went to him. He knew the fear that I was exposed to, and make no mistake, that was an assault. It was a man in a state of rage in behavior that has come to me that is not isolated. That there have been former board members, there have been former chairs of this board that have been in fear of going to the parking lot because of that individual. So for you to use that as a basis to call a motion to restructure leadership of the board, you know, is unfortunate from the perspective that we've made considerable progress. We've come together. You and others challenged me with regards to the role I would take in this referendum. And if you think for one moment that had I not come to the plate and support, regardless of whether you think I publicly had a level of enthusiasm on that referendum, every business group that I am a part of or I spoke with came out in support of that referendum. That referendum, we all worked towards it. The referendum would not have passed without the position I took in convincing business leaders to not only give money for the effort, to put their heart and soul into it. And you know what? Because obviously you're making the motion because your intent is to remove me as chairman of this board. And we all work hard.
Can I address?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Minor, the chair has recognized me. Whether or not all of that is true, and I do appreciate the effort that you took on behalf of the referendum. This is not about anything that you just mentioned. This is about, in a time of heightened awareness and fear, it was just the wrong time to reference a firearm on school board property. That's all this breaks down to. And I think we as board members need to hold, can I finish? We need to hold each other accountable. I respect the work that you did on behalf of the board and the district on this referendum. I think it was not one individual. I think it was all of us. It was everybody in this district.
Of course, that's what I said. So let me ask you this.
So,
Had a student, let's take a high school student, had a student behaved in the way, and let's just make names, had a student in our district behaved in the way Mr. Minor did with that level of aggression, even if we called it really strong bullying, which is at the least, that student, this board, I believe, would expel that student, and probably the student wouldn't come back.
okay, may I address that?
Yeah, would you? Maybe that's your second motion.
Well, Mr. Minor's not in a leadership position on the board, so there's nothing to remove him from. I'm not suggesting that we remove anybody from the board. I'm just suggesting that we choose new board leadership until this November or the next time this motion gets made again to change board leadership. Again, it's not, all of the other stuff
At a time,
is-
at a time when we need to, at a time when the community was divided, the board was divided around the issue, we succeeded, we put it behind us, and I will ask, it's been moved, it's been seconded, Mr. Cologne. Microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just as a general point of information, let me be clear about something. This is really not about what Mr. Hope said, I'm sure. This is about a coup. This is about getting rid of somebody who questions a lot of things and about someone who has a lot of knowledge about education, since they were in education and in business, and knows how to move things forward and ask the proper questions. What Mr. Hope said was, and by the way, yes, I was there, he said, my gun was in my car or something along those lines,
lucky.
except what you forget and a lot of people are not aware of is his gun was in his car, parked in front of his home because he was driving his truck. So, you know, a reference to a gun in a car that doesn't exist on school property is bogus, just on the face of it. So this is really not about that. And, you know, I just want to make that perfectly clear. This is about removing someone in a knowledgeable position who questions where finances are going, where computer programs are going, who questions the district and the direction it's taking. I've tried to stay as neutral as possible in this, but I had to say this because this is ridiculous information. How do you make a reference to something that didn't exist and then expect all of us to take it on face value when the public is unaware of it, so they're hearing it and not realizing that they're talking about something that didn't exist? So if somebody said something in the heat of a moment about a firearm that was not on school property, was parked in front of his house in his vehicle, why is it relevant?
You know, another note is, we got legal opinion that even if there had been one secured in a vehicle in that parking lot by a board member, it's legal.
Under state law.
It's legal. It's legal,
May I
okay?
address that?
Anyone else like to make a comment, and then we'll go back to Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Chair, a motion has been made and seconded.
And we're discussing it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. May I continue speaking without interruption? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kennedy made a motion to amend the agenda to include a matter that wasn't on the printed agenda. It was seconded. Now, it seems like that motion, after being seconded, wandered into discussing the merits of what he was proposing. Courtesy of this board in the past has been that if a board member, felt it was appropriate to add an issue, to the agenda, that it is amended, to be there. And after that item is brought up, on the agenda in the proper order, then the discussion is made as to whether it merits being approved. And I think what we've heard for the last at least 5 minutes is discussion about the merits, and I think that's all out of order. And I'm just asking that the chair, that the board call the question as to whether or not we are going to amend the agenda to include what Mr. Kennedy had moved to have included. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Ms. Messenger.
I was just going to basically say what Mr. Minor just said, that typically it's not about arguing whether that's worthwhile or not at this moment. It's either, are we going to add it or are we not? And then we can talk about it more in depth. And I agree with, that's typically the process, and that's what I wanted to address.
This is not a typical amendment item. Mr. Kennedy.
Sure, thank you. I would just like to address two things real quick, and then I agree, well, whatever. This is not an attempt to silence anyone. I am not suggesting that Dr. Hopes be removed from the board. I am just suggesting that due to the events that took place, which would land our students and employees in hot water, even for just saying it, whether the facts of the case don't matter, but that the statement was made and however it became public, and then over the following weeks continued to remain in the public eye, it painted this board in a bad light, and we need to hold our board leadership to a higher standard. I'm not trying to silence anyone. I'm not trying to remove anyone. This is just about the perception of this school board and proper leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments?
Well, just as a point of information, I'd like to, am I allowed to comment, Mr. Minor? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We don't have the authority to remove anybody from the board, so that's a moot point, okay? And I don't think that anybody has control over what the press prints or how long they decide to talk about it. That is up to them. We still have freedom of the press in this country, although some people are against that. So I think you want to vote on it? Let's vote on it.
Okay, the question's been called. All in favor of amending the agenda to hold a reorganization, to rescind the vote of the chair and vice chair in the November 8th board reorganization meeting, and to place on the agenda as the first action item in today's agenda, please vote on the motion. Actually, before we do that, would the clerk please read the motion?
Motion to rescind the actions taken at the November 28, 2017 in the election of a chair and vice chair, and hold an organizational meeting chaired by Superintendent Dr. Diana Green for the election of chair and vice chair.
Mr. Dye.
Mr. Chair, I think that is the item that is being moved to be added to the agenda. It's not the item itself.
Right.
Right,
That's my understanding.
right. So my understanding, if the motion passes, then the item that the clerk just read will be added to the agenda as the first action.
Correct.
Item. Yeah, so the motion will simply be on adding it to the agenda, not on the merits of the discussion.
Correct.
Okay.
And it, from a procedural perspective, is it appropriate to put it as the first action item? Would that be before the hearing? Or would that follow the hearing in the executive session? We really don't have action items on the agenda, so this is a significant.
My understanding of the motion, you can always ask Mr. Kennedy to clarify, but my understanding of the motion is to make it the first item of business for the board, ahead of the hearing.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, that being said, are there any other questions or discussion? Members, if you'll please vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Your next items?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, since the motion has carried, the superintendent now has the gavel for the organizational meeting.
No, I
not
don't think so.
correct.
No, that's not correct.
Oh, sorry, because we still have to
I'll
discuss.
tell you what,
we still
the,
have to discuss
the
item.
board will stand in informal recess for 20 minutes. All rise. All right, we will reconvene the meeting. Mr. Kennedy, you have 3 more motions on amending the agenda. Your second motion,
There we go.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually going to skip one of them because it can wait until the next meeting. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion to amend the agenda to include an item to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to, I have 3 people to nominate. I don't know if you want to do these separately. I'll just put them all in the same motion if,
Please state your motion.
sure. A motion to amend the agenda to include a motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to include Mr. Norm Nelson, Susan Harrington, and Mr. Larry Miller, excuse me.
I'm sorry, you said Norm?
Yeah, Norm Nelson. Susan Harrington is the grandparent that we all got the email from earlier this week. And Mr. Larry Miller is a former school board member of Manatee County. Oh, excuse me. No. I did, I mixed up. Mr. Chair, if I can repeat.
Please.
Motion to amend the agenda to include a motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to include 3 more members, Mr. Norm Nelson, Mrs. Susan Farrington, and Mr. Larry Simmons. Not Larry Miller, excuse me.
Walter.
Not
Who you were combining.
Larry, Larry Simmons. So yes. Sorry about that, gentlemen and lady.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Mr. Minor?
Mr. Chair, I understand Mr. Kennedy's, excuse me, I understand Mr. Kennedy's motion is to amend the agenda to include, as an item of business on the amended agenda, the addition of 3 persons to the Finance Committee. Mr. Norm Nelson, Susan Harrington, and Larry Simmons. Now, the motion was to add it to the agenda,
Correct.
not to debate the merits of his motion.
Correct. You are correct, Mr. Minor.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were clarified on that, and it's been seconded by Mrs. Messenger, and the chair, I understand, is now calling for a vote absent further discussion.
That is correct, Mr. Minor.
Thank you.
With no further questions, if the mover will hit your button.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if that was the right.
Vice Chair, if you'll second it.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
could we recognize Michelle?
Voice vote for these motions that we are adding.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll make it a voice vote. All in favor?
With me right now?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Kennedy,
And the
your
final-
third motion
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
to amend?
I'm sorry?
Your third motion to amend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A motion to amend the agenda to include a item to direct the district to use the DOE state-approved plan for the 15-16 school year to recalculate the evaluation scores for AP, IB, and ACE teachers. Specifically, a confidence band should be created for each subject taught by each teacher, and a 0.5 standard deviation should be used. No international, national, or district comparison should be applied to the scores, as that was not included on the state-approved plan. After completing the calculations, teachers who were negatively impacted by the error should be compensated.
Mr. Tattelbaum?
With your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm not hearing, I'm not a board member. I will consent to that. One, this has been done, but I will gladly ensure it is done once again as per the specifications of Mr. Kennedy.
Okay.
I'll take that as a directive.
Mr. Dye?
Mr. Chair, first of all, I think you need a second before you get into the discussion.
Right.
And because if there's no second, then it just falls
Right.
off the table. But, so it may be a little bit premature
Premature.
before we start.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, discussion on Mr. Kennedy's motion to amend.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Titlebaum, I appreciate that. My fear is that, and maybe I will be proven wrong, I hope I am proven wrong, that that has not taken place, though. But I don't feel it's appropriate for us to direct you.
Mr. Kennedy, I know what your motion's for, and again, it's like, if we say that in legal terms, I consent. I consent to making sure it's done. And I have no problem holding up accountability for the legal team that is on the other side of this particular grievance. And I will ensure that it is done.
The clerk, did you capture the full language of Mr. Kennedy's motion for the amendment to the agenda, or does he need to provide it to you?
I do have it in the recording, so I will be
Okay.
able to retrieve it, so, and I know which motion it is, so
I
we're
could give
fine.
her my copy too.
Okay, so, Mr. Kennedy, if you, before we vote, if you would please read your motion again.
Sure. You bet. Motion to direct the district to use the Department of Education, let me be specific. Motion to direct the district to use the Florida Department of Education state-approved plan for the 15-16 school year to recalculate the evaluation scores for AP, IB, and ACE teachers. Specifically, a confidence band should be created for each subject taught by each teacher, and a 0.5 standard deviation should be used. No international, national, or district comparisons should be applied to the scores, as that was not included in the state-approved plan. After completing the calculations, teachers who were negatively impacted by the error should be compensated.
Okay, having been moved, seconded, and discussed and reread, are there any other further comments or discussion on Mr. Kennedy's motion to amend the agenda?
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that my understanding is what Mr. Kennedy is doing is he's adding that item to the agenda.
Correct.
The vote is
Correct.
not to approve the
Right.
item, but just to add it
It's to amend the
agenda.
agenda
Yes.
for the item as described by Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Colonio?
No.
All right, members, we'll just
discuss it
do.
when we discuss the item.
Right. Okay, any other? Okay, all in favor of Mr. Kennedy's motion to amend the agenda?
Aye.
Aye. Showing the agenda item added. Mr. Kennedy, do you have any other items to
I
amend
have,
the
no,
agenda?
I removed one person from my recommendations because she requested to have more time to think about it.
Okay.
And then I have one about the legislature's Guardian program, but that can wait until April 10th.
Okay. All right, now we will vote on the agenda as amended. Do I have a motion to approve the
so-
agenda as amended?
So moved. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kennedy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. Any discussion, further comments on the agenda as amended? Members, if you will, clerk, do we need to do this by computer? All right, having been moved, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Show the agenda as amended adopted. And just for clarification, did the last two items, were they moved to the end of the agenda?
That was my intent.
To the end. So we now have 6 items under the special meeting portion of the agenda. We will have as soon as I create them and put them there, but that's where they will show up.
Okay. Do you need any additional time to rework the agenda?
Nope.
All right, that being said,
Bless you.
members, we will move to, at this time, the agenda having been adopted, we will move to Vice Chair Messenger for public comment.
Madam Vice Chair, yes, one item on the agenda, there is a quasi-judicial hearing later on in the morning. I want to remind the board and the people attending, public comment regarding a quasi-judicial item is not authorized under the board's rules. If anybody wants to speak to Mr. Heaven's hearing, they really should hold their comments because they are not authorized. Quasi-judicial, both parties have a right to present to the board their best case, and it is not open to the general public to comment on.
Thank you. I also want to point out that public comment is not an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education.
Madam Chair, can I have forget about this, but clarification. Okay, I'll withdraw. We had down here public comment. What I had understood Mr. Kennedy's, motion to include number one was having Dr. Green, preside. But I'm going to ask a clarification from Mr. Kennedy, and
I can answer that. We did not,
Mr.
we have not taken up Mr. Kennedy's new item number one on the agenda, that it will be that will follow public comment.
okay. If that's was Mr. Kennedy's intent,
Chairman.
that's fine, thank you.
That is the way the agenda is lined up. Public comment comes first and then the special meeting
Okay.
items. So we're good. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I would also, this is a very kind of, I don't want to say extraordinary circumstances, but this is a very different meeting, and some things have happened that was not, people may have wanted to public comment on and didn't have a chance, so.
Oh, I intend to take public comment on.
I just want to make.
Or any of you that want to make public comment after those that have already registered for public comment, we will open the floor for additional public comment. Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Okay. Public comment is not an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the school board or public. Also, public comment is not a forum to attack individual school system employees or board members. Any such complaints should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Finally, this is not a forum for addressing issues involving individual students. Because of privacy concerns, such issues should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. This is a business meeting of the school board, and the public expects that we conduct it in an orderly, efficient, effective, and dignified manner. We request that speakers keep this in mind when you're making comments. We also request that the audience keep that in mind and do not demonstrate approval or disapproval of what a speaker has said by clapping or booing. The board appreciates the public's input and will listen attentively, consider each comment, and usually will not respond, enter into debate, or answer questions during comments on agenda items or during the public comments section. And with that, we have 4 signed up, so I'll start with Mr. Hoover. I did not see him. Then I will start with Mr. Nelson, and then after Mr. Nelson will be Klaus Duell.
Chairman Holtz, Diana Green, and fellow board members. I came here to talk about the election results. You accomplished that. That was the easy part. The easy part was getting it done, even though you passed just by a partial percentage. Now the people that got you, you're on trial. Not only the members of the board, but your entire staff. Because we want results. That's why the people gave you money. We want results. So now you got 4 years to prove yourself for what you said you bought the money, you got the money for. And let me tell you, this action that's going on this morning is not a positive influence on people's votes. When you get that close, I worked at Mayaca as a poll worker. We had 333 people voted. Do you know how many voted for? 108. They turned it down 2-1. And they were very outspoken. And they had on and on about all the misdeeds as they see it, as they saw the board and what you're actually doing. Constantly. I didn't have to solicit. They kept telling us as a poll worker I couldn't comment one way or another. I had to listen why they voted no. So your trial starts today. And let me tell you, you're starting on a very bad foot. Because 4 years from now, you're going to have people vote again. Now, Sarasota's got a track record. They had a 70% approval rating. Well, your approval rating of your previous action this morning will give you a 0. Thank you.
Thank you. Klaus Duell and then Doug Hall.
Good morning, Mr. Hopes, Superintendent, board members. Excuse my language, I'm a German. I'm living since 5 years here in Manatee County. I love living here, but I've thought it's time to let you know what I'm thinking, because I'm shocked about this meeting. I'm really shocked. It reminds me to the darkest times in German history. And so this was a communist regime. And the coup at the Central Committee at the East German government was pretty the same like it happens this morning. And posting partisan signs at a meeting, which is done for all people, is not acceptable for me. You can be for yes, you can be for no. That's fine. But this green sign is not appropriate here. And even with a thank you, it's not appropriate for me. And finally, or not finally, further on, I'm also shocked hearing things like the event on the parking lot. I think it's time for people who are engaged in such communication to think about their behavior and to look if they are example for the scholars and the young people in this county. And I think it's not appropriate to behave in this way. Even if there is a gun or not a gun, it's not appropriate. After 14 days after Parkland massacre, that's not the way a school board should interact and should behave. And finally, and that's my last comment, I'm shocked about the ballot, because I'm an investor, I own property here, and I love to live here. I'm not allowed to vote. Okay, that's the rule, that's fine for me. But a ballot with a turnout of 23.98%, with an approval rate of 51.38%, came down to a real approval from the electorate by 12.3.4%. If you consider this, you have to consider that this electorate and these 12.3.4% are not even 10% of the homeowners. Maybe 6, maybe 8. And I think it's ridiculous, based on such a ballot, to take these millions. I expect that you reconsider if you will take this money, and I think you should not take it, because at the end, the renters will pay. I will charge it to my tenants, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Hall.
Good morning. I'm here to speak about school safety and leadership in our county. And we just had a horrific shooting in Parkland, and has brought school safety to the forefront of our community, of our state, of our country. The students at Parkland, along with students across the state, led to a historic passing of a school safety bill. I think that, Dr. Green, we thank you and law enforcement in our community for being very proactive versus other districts close to us in getting safety and SROs approved for all of our schools. And we're thankful for that. I think the situation in the parking lot and the threat of a firearm and usage of a firearm, if that happened in a school, that student would be suspended and probably thrown out of our district or sent to a different school. We can't have leaders using weapons and threats in setting that kind of example. We lag enough in education versus other districts in our state, and we need to take some leadership on this issue and set the right example for our kids, and that's not it. And we need to get that changed, or the kids, hopefully like kids across the country right now, will help make that change for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dye, I know that the chair said that we will not open it up.
No,
Is-
so we will.
I know. That's what I'm asking. I'm just making sure that that's an okay procedure to do.
Yes.
If the entire board, it's a little bit outside your normal routine.
Sure.
But if the entire board or majority of the board is okay with it, then yes, you can do it.
I'm okay with that. I mean, I realize there's a lot of new things that have been added, so is there? Okay, is there anyone else that would like to come up and make a public comment? You have 3 minutes. All right, well, thank you very much. Then that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, members, we will now move to item number 1 that was added to the agenda. Would the clerk please read the new item since we don't have it in front of us? So the new item number 1.
Motion to rescind the actions taken on the November 28th, 2017 reorganization meeting and election of a chair and vice chair, and hold a new organization meeting immediately chaired by Superintendent Dr. Diana Green.
Mr. Dye.
Mr. Chair, to put that item before the board, somebody needs to make that motion. Because the only thing you've done is added it to
Right.
the agenda, so somebody actually has to move the item.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy has moved to take up that item. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, having been seconded by Mrs. Messenger, we are now in discussion of the item. And if you will, members, if you will help me, go ahead and hit the speaker button. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're out of turn, but I don't think I need to say anymore. I stated my case for a while. Unless, if I may, Mr. Dye, is there any legal reason I need to restate the things I said previously?
You got, turn on the mic, speak
It's
into the
on.
microphone.
It's on.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta get,
Mr. Dye,
6 to
is
9
there
inches.
any reason I need to repeat the things that I said earlier?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kennedy, no, there's not. You're just in discussion. So whatever discussion you think is appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I will pass the speaker button then. I don't have anything new to add that I didn't say before.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I don't have
Yes,
anything, I
members,
don't have
if you
anything new.
recall, the instructions need to be 6 to 9 inches from the microphone
thank
so
you.
that we have a clean recording.
My fault. I don't have anything new to add other than, in addition to what I said earlier. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Messenger.
Gosh,
You should really restate your reasons.
I don't like this topic.
Mr. Chair, point of order, please.
Point of order?
Yeah.
I thought we're, this,
There's like, I don't know if you all can't hear it, but I can hear it clearly, the chatter coming from over here. So if we could please be allowed to conduct the business of the school board without
I
the
don't-
constant
I
chatter.
don't
in our
think it was
ears.
that disruptive. Mrs. Messenger?
Okay, well, thanks.
I think this is something that's come up a lot over the last few weeks, at least for me. I've gotten phone calls from parents, teachers, principals, people that work in different offices that have really been, I can't even think of the best word, because normally I didn't see this coming, that feel disappointed. I'll start with the word disappointed. Not just by one person up here, but by 2 people up here and the actions that happened. And I really can't pinpoint one person or another, but what I can say is I've heard from a lot of people. And here's the thing that hit me, and this is what hits me, and it continues to hit me, is that our last master board training, and I talked to Carol Cook about this just a minute ago. She pointed out to us that research shows that how this board acts affects the entire system. And that's my goal. This is not a coup, as somebody said. There is no coup. This is how do you show the community that we stand by our own policies, we stand by our own student code of conduct. How do you do that as leaders of this community, as leaders of this school district, without actually standing by them? Because in our code of conduct, it makes it very clear what is acceptable, what is not. Every single action is listed, 4 different levels of infractions. So, to me, it starts with us. When Dr. Hopes was chosen as chair, Mr. Colon made a quote. Mr. Colon's quote was, and I wrote it down because I loved it the day he said it. I believe it was, no, I can't find it. I wrote it down. It was something along the lines of, the first among equals. Well, certainly you have to realize if we are all equals, then we should all be able to follow those same rules and those same guidelines. And so to me, especially since it sounds like things are not completely settled, that perhaps, at least for the time being, we should have somebody else as chair and vice chair. That's fine if we want to do both, that's cool. It doesn't matter to me. But at least until it's settled, because it sounds like for you it's not settled. And I can't speak to what that is because everybody understands, like, we can't talk about that. I don't know. But if it's not settled, I mean, I would never recommend that the counterpart is in a leadership position as well. Just because I don't feel like it was a good example on either part, to be quite honest. And I believe that we should be showing the community that we can follow our own rules. Whether that actually technically was against the rule, because in our policy, we aren't technically employees. Well, I personally think that in our policy, we should be following that. We should be following our own code of conduct. We should be following those things. And I don't understand how we can expect to have students that could possibly come before us in an expulsion hearing for doing similar activities and possibly getting in some sort of peril for doing the same type of things. I think that would be hypocrisy. That's not my goal. My goal is just to be the best leader that we can for this school district. And the best leader is somebody that can respect the rules and recognize that we are all in this together. We are in this board together. And if 1 or 2 people's actions are not what represents this board well, then perhaps those people should not have our leadership positions at the moment until those things are settled. So that's my opinion. I'm open to hearing other opinions. Maybe somebody can change my mind, but at the moment, right now, and that comes from so many people that work in this school district that feel that way. And I don't know how we could possibly lead in positivity if our own staff under Dr. Green, her teachers, her principals feel that way. I'm not sure how we could be positive, effective leaders. It's my opinion.
Mr. Cologne.
Okay, I'm getting totally mixed messages here from other staff who have told me that the person who was the aggressor in this incident shouldn't even be on the board. And I said, that's not polite. We can't do anything about that. And I'm sure that this is just a one-off. But what I'd like to know is if everybody feels this is such a bad item and we have to follow our code of conduct. We've had students come before us for expulsion hearings who brought guns to school. They were not expelled. One even brought a gun to school twice and wasn't expelled. Won't name any names, of course. So when someone states something as something being off-site, I don't consider that much of a threat, and it doesn't bother me. But why now? That's my real question. If the district didn't have any confidence in us and the people didn't support us, they wouldn't have voted to give us the money. We got the vote, we have the funds. Now, the person who led us through this, all of a sudden, 3 votes here want to remove that person because I think it's about the money. I think it's about how the money's going to be spent. I think it's about where the money's going to go. You know, we got a 0.5% sales tax some time ago. We bonded $150 million. We're collecting, I think, 90% impact fees, and we voted for 100. There was a big plaque on the wall in the back where we were going to spend all this money. It's gone. Disappeared the day after the vote was in. Why? I wanted to follow that. I wanted to watch how that money was being spent. But it's gone. When I asked where it was, nobody seemed to know. It was magic. The list of all the projects we were going to do was gone. Now we have somebody in leadership that's not only an educator, a former educator, a former department chair, as well as a former teacher, a business person who knows how to follow money with not 1 PhD, but 2 PhDs. Far brighter than me. I'll be the first one to admit it. This is a person of integrity that I've seen over 10, 12 years. I think this is a blatant power play. I think this is about spending the money the way that certain people want it spent. This is about making sure that certain people are in positions that they want these people in. I think that bullies are never okay. So if you want to point fingers, point them at the bully. Don't point them at the victim. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
And, oh, by the way, I will not vote in favor of this, as you already know, because this is a power play.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in no way, shape, or form a power play. As I have stated my reasons earlier, I have no intention of becoming the chair or the vice chair. This is about all the reasons I said earlier. The voters who supported us for many reasons, including the actions of the board members. But one of the reasons they had such confidence in us is because in November, this board approved a plan of exactly to the penny how we are going to spend this money. And it will be up to that financial committee to hold us to that promise. And all we heard, all we heard, saw posted online, on the signs, was demand accountability. And with that allocations worksheet, to the penny, this community knows where that money is going to go. So this is not about obfuscation. This is not about grabbing power. This is about holding ourselves to a higher standard and being a, I don't know if symbol is the right word, but being the role models for our kids and our teachers and staff. Thank you.
Mrs. Messenger.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to address a couple things that Mr. Collins said. I happen to believe that that millage won in spite of us. Genuinely. I mean that. In spite of us. And because of our employees. And that's why I support this. It is in spite of us. It is in spite of the actions that happened, and it is because of how wonderful our teachers are, how wonderful our staff is, and how much this community cares about kids, in spite of the actions that have happened recently. That's my opinion. This is not a power play. I have no desire to be chair. This is not a power play. This is not about where the money's gonna go. That's already been set in stone. Have no desire to follow and do anything other than follow that. This is about, if things are not settled, which it sounds like they're not, this is about putting the position of power aside until that is settled. And then we can have this conversation again.
Vice Chair Messenger,
Excuse me.
brought this up a couple of times. I'm looking at the queue here, you're not on the queue, I'm sorry. You
Madam
referenced a
Superintendent,
point
Chair of
about
this
it not,
meeting.
you referenced a point, Vice Chair Messenger, and then Mr. Minor, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. My understanding is that we adopted a agenda item in which the superintendent is the chair of this meeting.
No, that is coming with this vote, depending on the outcome of this vote. That's correct.
Well, okay.
We haven't
Okay,
rescinded, we have
okay,
not
this is-
rescinded the
okay, this-
election of.
Okay, I,
Do we need the attorney to inform you of what
the,
the status is?
okay, well, I don't mind standing being corrected if this is just about the rescission, but I thought all of it was the superintendent.
No, we
acting.
haven't voted
Okay,
on
so we're going to
on
move
Mr.
on whether or
Kennedy's
not
motion
to
yet.
rescind the actions previously taken.
Correct. We are
Okay,
in
thank you,
dis-
Mr. Chair.
We are in discussion.
Okay.
And what I probably should have started the meeting out is saying what I was going to say, but I want to address the comment that Vice Chair Messenger is focusing on. I did think we were moving past this. You know, it was I who requested of Sergeant Donnelly to not forward the complaint to the state's attorney's office. I have been in discussions with Mr. Dye since the very morning of the incident about a pathway for Mr. Minor and I to continue to work on our operating rhythm. As you may be aware, Mr. Dye sent out an email to both of us about getting together. Unless Mr. Minor has responded in the past 24 or 36 hours, I was the only one that expressed to Mr. Dye a willingness. It was my suggestion that we come together. So until this motion this morning, I had thought, and my expectation was we were moving through it. If you recall my comments at the first meeting following the incident, I made comments. I referenced our meeting coming up this afternoon. It was both my hope and expectation that we would continue to have this collaborative, working relationship that moved beyond that particular incident. Mr. Kennedy's motion and his discussion specifically focused on a comment that I made during the course of reporting the incident to the police sergeant on duty. I am sorry for making that comment. I have never held a gun out and threatened anyone with it. I have never verbally assaulted anyone in public before. I've never attempted to, whether it was conscious or unconscious, drive a car in anyone's direction. And what I find ironic is that unless any of you, and Mr. Minor served in the Marines, so I am sure he's seen things that none of us ever want to see in our life. But I will, I'm a little bit concerned that we're focusing on a comment that was made to a police sergeant that I regret. I am sorry for it. We were coming off of a very challenging period of time following the event in Parkland. I was shaken. I was in fear. There are only two people that saw specifically what happened. And one was in a state of rage and may not have a full memory of what happened. But that's what we're focusing on. And what's interesting about this path is that I began attending board meetings and audit committee meetings at least 2 months before the governor appointed me. And I recognize many things that are, can be typical in organizations like this. And it helped confirm to me that I could help this board. I could help this district move forward. And it's not just on the knowledge that I have and the experience I have, but it also does go to leadership. It does go to leadership. And any one of us have made comments, whether they were made in private, whether they made publicly, that they regret, and I stated that very early on. This district is in a very challenging period, and it does need experienced leadership. It needs experience with regards to managing a meeting, to move through the process and do the people's work. And coming off of where we were and coming out of Tuesday, regardless of anyone's personal opinions, that vote has had as much to do with confidence in the board, its makeup, and I have to believe that there are some voters that came out and voted because I'm on this board, because you're on this board, Mr. Minor's on this board, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Colon. And one of the things that I was going to discuss this afternoon is the same statements that I made to, I think, to Ryan on video. That very first board meeting is that we have a unique makeup of members that each individually and collectively bring a tremendous amount of experience and broad expertise to this board. What we needed to do is work through our operating rhythm to work together to contribute our individual experiences, our individual knowledge to the collective good. Mr. Minor is the patriarch of this board. He's an attorney. He's an officer of the court in Michigan and in Florida. We are about ready to hear a case where we will defer to his comments and his judgment as we move through a quasi-legal proceeding. We have a secondary educator in Mr. Kennedy, the former chair, who brings additional experience and knowledge in the areas of education and evaluation. And we have you with your experience from Title I schools, coming out of a college of education more recently than any of the other of us on the board. Mr. Colon with his experience in finance, in bonding, in investing. And you recall I laid out during that reorganization meeting that we are deciding to rescind two primary things. Not just to help move the referendum forward, to move this board forward. The Financial Advisory Committee and the makeup of that committee, and expanding the expertise that we get from members of the community. And we worked through that, and that wasn't an easy process. But we worked through it, and we got a work product out of it. That is board leadership. That is being able to work through the collective dynamics and the challenges of individuals, and helping to move those individuals collectively to good decisions for the people. That's leadership. That's management, and that comes with experience. Look at what we've accomplished. Even though we had the challenges, we had the division. As difficult as this referendum was, I assure you, as hard of a lift as it was, I assure you, the work before this district and this board from today forward is going to be difficult. It's going to be challenging. There are many, many issues. There may be people that are afraid of it. But to you, the strongest point of your argument, Mr. Kennedy, make it clear I would not have intentionally made that comment, and I certainly wouldn't have made it in public. It was made to the police sergeant in the course of my report, coming off of being fearful that someone was going to run me over with a car after aggressively, verbally, multiple times approaching me, throwing a jacket off, yelling and screaming at me, putting his hand near my chin. And so I will tell you, in my adult life, I have never experienced that level of concern and fear. And so if I made a comment related to a Second Amendment right to a gun-carrying police sergeant, I am sorry it was made at that time, but it was made coming out of fear. Mrs. Messenger will tell you how shaken I was when I spoke with her afterwards. And I apologize for that comment. That wasn't made with malice. It wasn't made with intent. It wasn't made to any individual other than the police sergeant that was taking the report. Mr. Minor was long out of the parking lot. And my approaching Mr. Minor's car was to tell him his headlights were off and to caution him, because if he didn't turn them on, I was concerned he would get stopped on the way home. He was angry. And I think I have displayed leadership. And it hasn't been easy. And I believe that, bringing this up at this time will bring damage upon this board in the eyes of many people in the public. Regardless of what a teacher, may say, we have come together, we were divided. With this vote, should this be approved, this will cause yet again division among this board, and my concern from years of experience on boards, in public agencies, privately held companies, publicly traded companies that have been subject to hostile takeovers. I will tell each one of you, first of all, this is not an ego trip for me. This is not easy. This is not an easy job. It's not easy being in the public. We say things that we wish we wouldn't have said. I am learning this just like you learned the role when you were put into it. But I ask each of you to look at our accomplishments, and what you should be deciding is, do you want to run the risk of dividing this board in the eyes of the public that just entrusted us with the authority to tax them yet again at the maximum amount allowed by law? Make no mistake, the taxpayers said in that vote that we are giving the school district of Manatee County and entrusting the board with the maximum amount of taxation that is allowed by law. This vote should not be about a comment that was made. This vote should not be made about a mistake that was made by either party in a parking lot. This vote should be made about whether or not you are supportive of this board moving forward together, going into one of our work sessions with a consultant and a board trainer to help us continue our path to working collectively, collaboratively for the people of Manatee County, for the 49,500 students that are relying on us to incentivize, to motivate, to push the administration to do the best that they can do to result in student success and a higher level of academic achievement. This vote should not be about a comment. This vote should not be about an incident in the parking lot that I do believe Mr. Minor will be able to work through our operating rhythm to do the people's work. This vote, you should be deciding whether you want to divide this board, put us backwards, and maybe even risk the citizens of this community having a recall of the tax that they just approved. Had I known this was the attitude of even one of you, we would have scheduled a workshop. We would have put this on a regular meeting agenda. We would have thought through the unintended consequences of using this vote to make a statement regarding what kind of leadership this board could have. I heard the vice chair say she doesn't want to be chair. I heard you say you didn't want to be chair. With this vote, you'll remove me as chair. Who does that leave? Mr. Colon is not able to accept the chairmanship. So now let's talk about where that leaves us with regard to leadership. You are deciding among the 5 of us, first and foremost, that for some reason you don't like the progress that we have been making with the good and the bad. And so this vote, make no mistake, this vote, we are deciding as a board, do we want to divide the board moving forward, at least until the November election, when we have the hardest work before us? We have an ERP system, let's just call it what it is, a PeopleSoft implementation that is a disaster. And I will tell you, it continues to be a disaster. You're going to hear in the shade meeting just how bad some of this is. We don't have a CFO. Of anybody on the board who has more experience in finances and has a doctorate degree in it, and my dissertation research was in information technology and information science, you want to divide the board. You want to demotivate at least one member of the board who has worked tirelessly in a full-time capacity. We're undergoing an aggressive audit by the Auditor General at the request of the state legislature. I mean, I find it astounding, and I apologize for the comment. It was not made with malice. It was made during the course of a report to a police sergeant. It was bad timing. But let me tell you something. When you are staring someone in the eyes and you think he's going to run you over and he turns the steering wheel towards you with the lights out and accelerates, I don't know what you would say. I really don't. I know I didn't cuss at him, and I know I didn't yell at him, and I know I didn't threaten him. But this vote, and this vote, Vice Chair, this truly is a critical vote about whether or not this board is going to be collective and collaborative or divided. That is this vote. That is the impact. And it's not even an unintended consequence. We will recover from this motion. We will recover from this item being put on the agenda. I'm not sure we will recover to the satisfaction of the community if you vote affirmatively. If you wanted to make a statement, you've made a statement. I get it. I've been working with both attorneys on moving this board forward. But this, an affirmative vote on this motion, is a vote to divide this board. And I don't think the community expects it. I don't think it's good for the people. It will divide this board. Whether it's unintended or intended, it will divide this board. And you will hear from the community. We will hear from the community. We'll hear from the business community. I am asking for you to either vote no or to table this until a regular meeting when we can think through the consequences. I'm voting no, and I'm not even voting no personally. I'm voting no because I am voting no because it's what is best for this board, it's what's best for this community, and quite frankly, it's what's best for this district. I may be a little biased, but I'm speaking with decades of experience in public entities and private entities. And with that, I will call on Mr. Kennedy for additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep this brief. Mrs. Messenger has given us a path forward, and my point of this action and bringing this forward is to begin the healing of this board, not to create division. And I think it's perfect timing that we have a board training right after this so we can begin that healing process. And yeah, there's going to be some hard feelings, of course, naturally, but Gina has given us a path forward that until this situation has been laid to rest, and I agree with Gina, it's clearly not laid to rest. It has been repeatedly in the media when it could have just gone away after that first night. But then somehow the media gets a hold of the security tape, and then charges are filed with the Bradenton Police Department. Like, we need to put this to bed, and I think that starts this morning. And as Gina said, and I fully agree, Once this is settled and this board has begun to heal and come back together, I'll be happy to sit here and do this again and reinstall you as the chair.
I'm telling you, it won't settle it, Mrs. Messenger.
No, that's fine.
I mean, it won't settle this division on the board.
But we can begin to work on healing that division.
Mrs. Messenger.
Thank you.
Not a chance.
I actually believe the division existed prior to this. I actually think the division only got deeper that night. My opinion. And you know me, I try really hard to be a peacemaker. I try to be very much logical, not emotional, even though I'm 36 weeks pregnant and I'm all emotion and hormones, but I really strive very hard to be as logical as possible, to hear from as many people as possible, and make a decision based on that. However, you do point out something that I feel very much I agree with you on, a few things. I was surprised by this as well. And I also was hopeful that this could have been a discussion this afternoon instead of now. I agree with you on that. I would have preferred that. But that's just not what happened. And maybe it's forced this discussion now. I would prefer to have that opportunity to work it out, because that's just that's the kindergarten teacher at heart, I suppose. You want to make everyone work it out. And I want to express that the day that you were chosen as chair, the reason why I chose you as chair is because I believe you believe in accountability, and so do I. And that's one of the things that I think I continue to strive for, and I think you continue to strive for. I think we might see it differently in what that looks like, but I think that you believe in that. And that is still important to me. I don't want to lose that. Whether you're chair or not, no matter how this vote turns out, that doesn't change the roles and the gifts that you have, that you offer this board. It doesn't change those things. It doesn't mean that I value them any less, and I can't speak for anybody else on this board. You are very intelligent. You have a great background. And I acknowledge that. I've acknowledged it since November. And I truly believe that. And I believe that you are demanding accountability in every way that I think you know how. And I believe in that. And so I don't want you to ever assume, no matter how this turns out, that that's not a feeling that I have. Because that's very genuine, and I think you know that about me. Like, I'm not going to say unless I mean it. My number one concern, like I said, is, I would like to be able to just put this aside until it's settled, one way or another. That's not trying to cause more division. That's trying to cure the division. That's trying to say, hey, why don't we both take a step back from leadership until we figure this out, know how to work together, and then let's do this again. That's my opinion.
I think I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but this is not the pathway to accomplish that. I mean, if one of your collective concerns was that Mr. Minor and I had to work through this issue and it's temporary, then one of the more appropriate pathways, rather than making this motion, would to have spoken to Mr. Dye, as I have, expressed the concerns in this way, and one option would be for me to temporarily turn over the role of the chair in meetings, which is probably the primary area, and others, to the vice chair. But that's not what you're doing. I mean, what you're doing is you're making a very bold statement that triggers a change mid-year in the leadership of the board. So if you're trying to address what should be a temporary issue, there are mechanisms with which you do that in an organization. And that's my expectation was, again, that we would move into this afternoon session at 12 o'clock with the consultant and continue the pathway that we have been on. Every time we go through those sessions, we get better as a board. We get better as a board. I'm only being honest with you in being, you know, in various roles in organizations. I hear your intent, and I hear what Mr. Kennedy's saying, but you're naive if you think that voting to rescind the decision that was made in November is going to give you that result. I'm just telling you, it's not. It really isn't. And that's human behavior. So if you're talking about healing, I hate, you know, to tell you, but I'm going to be blunt. It will not set a course towards healing this board. Now, maybe a new board in November, but it just won't. I mean, it's highly unlikely. Let's put it that way. And so the course, if you were looking for something temporary in getting things resolved, the appropriate path would have been the one that Mr. Dye laid out after he and I were, you know, after I got his counsel. That would have been the next step. It still should be the next step.
Mr. Chair, I move the question.
Mr.
we've
Chairman,
got speakers.
I think
Make a
I'm next to
motion.
speak.
I've been on for 25
Mr.
minutes asking to speak.
If you could please hit your speaker button, then I can see the
I've
screen.
had it on for 25 minutes.
Okay, Ms.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to
Mr.
table this
Colon.
because it's getting too long. And we're continuously talking about this. This is not gonna solve anything, and we have other meetings we have to get on with.
I was going to make the exact same motion.
I'm sorry, but I'm a meager mind, so.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to.
Just because I feel like there's people
Like-
here that are here for
Yeah,
specific
okay.
things.
We're wasting their time and.
So there's a
and board's
motion
time, frankly.
to
I'm
lay
in-
on the tape, Mr. Dye.
Mr. Chair, because the stakes are high, I want to try to make sure that the motion is clear. A motion to table basically postpones it until some matter of convenience is dealt with. If the motion is really to postpone until a future date or until an event occurs, that is really the more appropriate
I
motion.
think so too.
Yeah. So I'm going to request the mover, if it really was intended to table it until some other business is dealt with, or to postpone
postpone
until
it.
a future date or until after some occurrence.
Mr. Cologne, would you like
Postpone
to
to a
restate
future
your
date.
motion?
I'd like to postpone this to a future date, specifically because of time factors, and that this is not going to,
Mr.
settle
Cologne
easily.
has made a motion to postpone this agenda item.
I will second that.
Having been seconded, is there discussion? Is there debate? Mr. Kennedy?
Mr. Dye?
Yes.
Just by Robert's rules, to confirm, a motion to rescind can be tabled?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So there's a motion to postpone. It's been seconded. Mr. Minor, would you like to make comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard a lot repeated. When we postpone, I don't think that's really addressing the issues. We've had comments here highly disparaging of me. The impartial investigation of this, which I reviewed, which indicated it was further reviewed by the state attorney's office, was that there wasn't a basis, for the complaint. There's no probable cause. We've repeatedly heard today comments suggesting or trying to impeach that report. I think there's no. I'm sorry,
Would you
Mr.
limit
Chair.
your comments to the motion to postpone?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Can I proceed without interruption?
Just a point of order, Mr. Minor, if
Okay.
you would address your comments to the motion to postpone this.
I am,
Motion.
my
This
comments
agenda
are
item.
directed toward that.
Okay.
To go on, after the chair spoke for over 20 minutes without being interrupted, to allow me to speak for 5 minutes or so without interruption, I think is just decency. Now, The issue of postponement to when, to where, the suspense, the agony that might be involved with it, I don't think is well advised. If the majority of this board feels that there should be rescission and restructuring of the leadership, I think it should be voted on now. And I think that is telling the community, that we're moving forward, or we're making a decision. If the majority of this board votes right now not to rescind, well, that's the end of the discussion. There's no need for postponement. If the, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I think you made the comments. In all fairness to our attorney who called the special meeting for a very specific purpose of an employee issue, it's been moved, it's been seconded.
Mr. Chair,
Kennedy,
you
are
spoke for
listening?
25 minutes and didn't mention
Ready to
anything
vote.
about the urgency about getting on to other business.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. I think it's rude to interrupt me, and I know I just want to.
Okay, 3 people have voted, so it's been postponed.
The question hasn't even been called.
No, it was moved and it was seconded. I'm just letting you know. I'll give you the latitude of speaking, but there are 2 of you left to vote, so the motion to postpone has been approved.
Mr. Chair, point of order, we have not voted.
We have
Well,
not-
if someone moves it and someone seconds it, they're voting in the affirmative to postpone. So I'm just saying, I'm gonna
Oh, so
vote to
you're the third. I'm
postpone.
sorry.
Yeah, that's all, that's all. I'm looking at the clock. We're here to take up a very important employee issue. I mean, we're gonna have a meeting this afternoon. We're gonna have time. We've got spring break. We can talk through this. We can, pontificate, whatever we need to do individually. So I don't want to take the platform away from Mr. Minor, but I do, in all fairness, we were called for a meeting at 9:30 to address a significant employee issue at the request of the district's general counsel and the superintendent. So
Okay,
members,
Mr.
if you'll please vote.
Mr. Chair, forgive me, but you are ripping away an elected official's ability to address an important question, and that's not proper. It's
Okay,
not even decent.
Mr. Meyer.
Now, Mr. Chair, I think that if you, anytime there's a postponement, it's important to have a time and date certain.
It's
Now-
not a requirement. It's not a requirement.
Is it ever
been
possible for you to allow other people to speak without rudely interrupting, Mr. Chair? Let me continue. Now,
Just for a second, will
sorry.
you agree to 3 minutes so we can move to
Sir,
the agenda?
If
Can we
you will,
start the clock, please? I'll allow you 3 minutes to close.
Mr. Chair, I think that it's important, for the community, for all of us, to have a time and date certain, so that we don't repeat all that was said. And I'm suggesting that this afternoon, at 1 o'clock or so, or 1:30, we resume this issue, and we have it decided, for the community. I think that's the best way to handle a postponement.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of information, we have a master board training class this afternoon that has been scheduled for months. We have people here from the state school board who are here to work with us and to help us address issues that have constantly gone on within this board. And I don't think it's fair to bring people from out of the county here to work with us, and there's other things that are pending, to keep going through this or to say, well, let's do it this afternoon. Let's postpone this and move forward.
All
I'm
right,
making a
thank you.
motion to-
The board has been reset to
was
take
made.
the votes on the motion to postpone.
I'm making a motion to amend that motion to indicate it would be postponed
the
to
vote-
a date and time certain.
The vote was
I will
called.
second Mr.
The
Meyer's motion.
vote was
There-
already called. The vote was
No, it
already-
wasn't, Mr. Chair. I have made a motion, to amend the motion to a date and time certain to today at 1:30 PM. And I think it's been seconded by Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, the motion that I seconded it was that we amend this to have a date certain, not a specific date certain, but have one, period. So
So
make that-
I'm suggesting the date certain is today at 1:30.
What, you didn't make the motion. Mr. Cologne made the motion to postpone. Mrs. Messenger seconded the motion. We had discussion. I called for a vote. There are 3 members that have voted to postpone. I take it under advisement. We'll talk through it. We're gonna be in a meeting this afternoon. We've got time. I'll work with the superintendent on the appropriate time. If we still wanna have this on a future agenda, we'll put it on a future agenda. Mr. Dye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, Mr. Minor did move the meeting to 1:30, but it needs a second.
But we had not dealt with Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone to a future date and Ms. Messenger's amendment a second to the motion to move it to a future date.
Mr. Chair,
So
that-
I understand that's what he did.
Yes.
I did call for the vote. We can go through the record, we can go through the tape. After there was discussion, and 3 people have voted. So we can either, the other 2 cannot vote, but the motion to postpone was made, it was seconded, and it has passed.
Mr. Chair, there was never a vote called on the motion to postpone.
Yes, there was.
No, there was not. I understand your point that there's obviously 3 people to support it, but there was no vote called. And Mr. Minor's motion to amend Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone, I believe is in order.
Mr. Chair, I agree with that, but it does need a second. And if it is seconded, then it can be discussed as to whether to move the meeting, postpone the meeting to 1:30. And if that passes, then Mr. Cologne's motion has been amended to move the meeting to 1:30.
Are we able to recess just to hear the recording? Because I know what I said on the, after everyone discussed it, everybody made comments on the motion to postpone, and then I called for the vote, and Mr. Minor, I allowed him to continue to talk after the vote was taken.
Mr. Chair, my view, my recommendation is to see whether Mr. Minor's motion to amend Mr. Cologne's motion receives a second.
But that, his motion to amend was after I actually called for the vote twice. I think the recording will reflect that.
I do not believe it will.
And Mr. Cologne even had made the comment about voting. And I'm happy to rewind it and listen to it. I'm pretty confident that is the course that was taken.
Okay.
With the prerogative of the chair, there was discussion, everyone had an opportunity to make comments. I called for the vote, 3 of us have voted. The motion to postpone has passed. Now, we can look at it, we can recess and listen to it to determine whether or not that is what occurred. But as chairman, we all discussed it, we needed to move it on. I made multiple comments in fairness to the attorney who requested the meeting in the first place to take up the employee termination. It's now at the time that we scheduled to end the meeting without even conducting the primary purpose of the special meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to be as polite as possible about your recollection of history, but during all the discussion of that, I had my red on, and for you to say that, well, we had our discussion when you did not allow me to say anything until I made this motion to amend Mr. Cologne's motion, it does not reflect the correct history. Now, and so I made this motion, which was seconded to amend the motion, and I think that the proper thing to do is what Mr. Dye said. We have a vote on the vote to amend, and we have discussion about that. Now, it seems like that's the only proper course, to follow what our attorney says and what I think the history, is clearly shown as occurring at this meeting.
Mr. Chair, can I try to clear this up?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to apologize to everybody in the room and everybody who's watching this, because this is devolving even worse, in my opinion. And I apologize for putting everybody through this, because this is my responsibility. Please stop. So, my take on the event is agrees with, I concur with Mr. Minor. To say that a vote was taken because there was 3 votes up on the board while we're still in discussion would be a dramatic departure from the way we do things.
So perhaps for my benefit, a short recess, let's play back the recording. I don't know how else to address it. I mean, we have a difference of opinion. I mean,
May I suggest a way forward?
yes, sir.
As always, Mrs. Messenger, I think we clearly have Mr. Minor and I on one side of this issue, and you and Mr. Colon on the other side of this issue. In my opinion, we have a motion to postpone, which has been with a motion to amend, which I seconded. You see it differently, and I think maybe we should check in with Mrs. Messenger, because we have a 2-2 disagreement here, opinion-wise.
But we also have a recording.
We do, that's fine, but maybe we'll hear the recording and we'll have no clarity. So,
That would be even worse.
I would ask, I would defer to our vice chair, because I believe she's a neutral opinion here.
Just as a point of information, I don't always agree with Mr. Hope, since I'm the sole vote against the tax initiative.
No, I just
So
mean on this
let's
issue.
be
I
clear
mean
about
on
that.
this issue.
Oh,
I don't.
Okay, since Mr. Kennedy asked, you want my opinion on what happened, or you want my opinion on how we should go forward?
How we should go forward.
I think we should follow whatever Mr. Dye says, to be quite honest with you. Mr. Dye says that that it was seconded, isn't that what you said? And that we should postpone it, and that was seconded, that perhaps either at 1:30, I don't know if I heard that his motion had a time. But Mr. Kennedy's intention when he seconded it was that we postpone it and just pick a date. So can we just pick a date and move on, so that we can just, I mean, we're 5 minutes past when we were hoping to close this, and I feel bad for everybody in this room that this has come up now. And so can we just say April 10th at the next meeting and move on? Am I crazy?
Mr. Chair, my motion was to 1:30 today, and that's what I understand Mr. Kennedy seconded.
I think.
And he affirms that now.
Okay, look, we've got a lot going on here. We've got consultants waiting, we've got witnesses waiting.
I'd really like to hear what Mr. Dye has to say.
I think Mr. Dye made a comment. I think what we need to do is probably recess it. Let's listen to the recording, and either that or we just agree to postpone it. I mentioned that the superintendent and I will get together. Mr. Dye can get with each of you individually to figure out a rescheduling of this. The idea was, I think where we were heading is we've got this board training this afternoon. We have always consistently come out of those 4-hour board training sessions better than we went in. And it may be helpful before we do something definitive on a date or whatever. Let's see how we're able to work through the meeting. Postponing this vote to 1:30 in the middle of a work session for the board to continue to develop new skills and tools to work better together, seems like we should have the consultant go home. And that was Mr. Minor's, motion, which I felt was after we called for the vote. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chair. All of this is irrelevant, because by our board bylaws, we operate under Robert's Rules of Order, and I think.
that's why I think we need to listen to the recording to see if, everybody had spoken and I as chair called for the vote.
Well, but there's this.
And that is in Robert's rules. Why not? Well, but if we have a disagreement about what was said and we have a video and audio recording, I have no problem deferring to the actual record. Unless you have a better way to clearly, beyond rebuttal, determine what was said, when, and by whom, other than the video and audio recording.
I do, and I have already shared it. I said, believe we should defer to Mrs. Messenger. Mrs. Messenger said she believes her best way forward is to defer to Mr. Dye, and Mr. Dye's opinion will
No.
carry the day. But you won't let that happen.
Well, no, I think if we have a question about what was said and the timing of it, and we have a video recording and an audio recording, we should go back to the recording. The recording is the recording.
And then we will still, and people will still disagree on what they hear on that recording. So I think we have a
Well, we haven't
fair.
heard the recording, so we don't know if we'll disagree. I mean, I may very well say, I thought I said it, and maybe I didn't. I'm trying to be logical, that's all.
So am I.
And
It may be that
Let him be the
Mrs.
impartial.
It may be that Mrs. Messenger would like to withdraw her second to Mr. Colone's motion, and that would probably clear everything.
No, because then we still have to go back because
Sir,
it was voted.
I know.
Mr.
you're
Dye, would you like
interrupting
to?
Everybody,
Miss-
everybody. This is a chronic habit you have, obviously. Now,
I was going to go to Mr. Dye because that was a suggestion by the vice chairman so that we can get his input as well. Mr. Dye, as general counsel to the board.
My mother told me there'd be days like this.
She was right.
We needed that. We needed that.
Mr. Chair and board members, a lot of what I can advise you on is based on the record. It appears from the discussion that the record is in dispute. Now, the chair, you're asking we should go review the record. That would add 30 to 60 minutes on to coming to a point where you can take action. Now, I think the dispute is to whether a vote has occurred or not. That would settle this question. And frankly, while trying to follow, I did not hear that. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means I didn't hear the vote called for and the vote made. Now, I understand there are 3 votes on the board, but I don't know whether that was in response to a call for the vote or whether board members hit their buttons prematurely. That's just one of the points of confusion.
Well, I was the one that called for the vote and voted because the mover and the seconder always show up as yes. Because they moved and seconded the motion to postpone.
Okay.
And then after everyone spoke,
nobody, not everyone
I thought I
spoke.
asked for a vote and I voted, so the board reflected 3-2. So if we wanted to continue with the discussion, we could.
Let me say this, Mr. Chair, about that. Just because someone moves and seconds an item doesn't mean they're supporting it. Sometimes
they
they're
can
bringing
reverse
it
it.
up just to
So-
make action occur.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that
That's right.
answers the question.
Okay, so, all right. So given the fact that at least one person did not think we were voting, why don't we clear the board and let's go back to the original motion and the second, and we can start discussion over again. And if Mr. Minor would like to make a motion to amend the motion for a date and time certain, I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to use parliamentary procedure or rules of order to minimize somebody's right to vote.
And Mr. Chair, just so the record is clear, I think there are 2 motions, Mr. Minor's motion to amend Mr. Cologne's motion and Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone indefinitely. That is what I understand is on the board, or at least has been brought up on the table. And I think if both movers are okay with your plan to take it back to like .0, so to speak, that will work. But I think we have to get those motions.
So then we go back, so then we're gonna go, because I didn't recall that as being the order, then we go back to going to the record to see what it was, or we. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to start this whole, from the point of making a motion to postpone, to go back to that point.
Fine, I make a motion to postpone. Since we have master board training this afternoon, and we have consultants here from out of the county,
Okay.
and this has been scheduled.
Is there a second for a motion to postpone to a later date?
Mr. Chair, we already have a motion and a second on
I
the
thought so too. We do agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I would
there's,
like to remove my second.
okay.
But actually, the motion that's on the table is Mr. Minor's motion to amend the motion to postpone. So if Mrs.
Okay.
Messenger is going to withdraw her second, let's do this the right way. I'll withdraw my second to Mr. Minor's motion. Mr.
Okay.
Minor, are you willing to withdraw your motion?
Right, with that understanding, I think we're back to sort of ground zero.
No, we're not. If you withdraw your motion, we're back to Gina's second of his motion to postpone. Gina has just stated her desire to withdraw her motion to postpone, which takes, would require Mr. Cologne to get another second to his motion to
So
postpone.
what I will do that I rarely do, because even though it's allowed, I don't like to make motions or second motions, but to get this up for discussion, I will second Mr. Cologne's. Can we clear, because this is, if we could clear this board
Mr. Chair, point of
clear
order,
the
that's-
votes, just to clear the board to put, so we get back to where Mr. Cologne made a motion to postpone, just so we can,
we're still, the motion that is under consideration right now is Mr. Minor's motion to amend the motion to postpone.
I know because,
My understanding is that there was a withdrawal by Mrs. Messenger.
of her
Mr.
second to Mr. Cologne's motion.
Correct. And so, I guess Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone
Now has no second.
No,
has no second, but Mr. Hopes said, well, he's going to second it, and I
So we
guess
can
I
discuss
can.
it, so that it can be amended. If,
And-
so one chooses to amend it.
Mr. Chair, what your status is Mr. Minor has made a motion, but apparently the second's been withdrawn, so that's the immediate item of business, is that Mr. Minor's motion is pending, but it needs
Okay.
a second, I think is
Okay,
what
so
I'm
that's
hearing.
withdrawn.
Okay,
So
yeah.
we're on, okay. And
Okay.
Mr. Minor's motion was to amend the motion to give it a time certain? Correct. Right, okay. So
I-
that no longer has a second. So we were back on the motion to postpone.
Mr. Chair, the appropriate thing would be to ask if there's a second to Mr. Minor's motion, and see if there's a second on the board.
Mr. Chair, I
Okay.
think that my motion has been misstated by the chair.
Okay.
And my motion was,
To postpone to 1:30 today, I thought.
that is my motion.
Right.
And that's the motion that, to amend, that I understood Mr. Kennedy had seconded.
I did. And
Okay.
if I may, Mr.
Am
Chair,
am I correct, Mr. Kennedy?
you are.
Okay.
However, what I just said a minute ago is that Gina has now indicated that she would like to withdraw her motion to Mr. Cologne's motion, and we're gonna have to trust each other here for a second.
I thought she withdrew her second to, okay.
No, she
To
drew,
Mr. Minor's motion.
so,
I didn't second Mr. Minor's, Mr. Kennedy
Oh,
did.
okay.
yeah, no, I seconded it.
Okay,
So
so
the
now
way
we
this.
don't, so
the
now
wa-
we have to start back with Mr. Cologne's motion.
That is my hope as well, yeah.
Yeah, so, which is what I said originally, that we were going to go back to Mr. Cologne's, did Mr. Cologne want to make his motion again, which he did.
Okay.
So we've gone round circle to where I had brought us
Now we're
back
back-
to,
now
but
we're-
that's okay. We now understand what I did. Okay, I had brought us back to Mr. Cologne's original motion to postpone, which he restated. It is awaiting a second. I called for a second. There was no second, so I made the comment that it's something that I would rarely do, which is make a motion or second a motion. So I was asking that the board be cleared so it can show Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone. And so, Mr. Cologne, if you'll hit your button to move it, then I will second it, which will put it back in the appropriate posture for discussion and/or amendment, if I am correct in the rules of order. So now Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone has been seconded. Am I correct, Mr. Dye?
Yes.
I would like to amend Mr. Cologne's motion to set a date.
Okay.
Can I do that?
I will second that.
Okay.
Just so we're
April
clear,
10th.
Mr. Chair, I think you need to determine whether Mr. Minor's motion has been seconded, because
No,
when Mr. Cologne's motion was revived by your second, then Mr. Minor's motion to move to 1:30 is still pending, except it needs a second now. And if it doesn't get the second.
Well, I'm confused, because if Mr. Cologne's second to his original motion was reversed, then it didn't have a second. So I gave Mr. Cologne the opportunity to start the process over again with his motion to postpone. So Mr. Minor had not yet to do it. Mr. Minor has the opportunity, although I think Vice Chair Messenger made the motion to set a time certain. And it was seconded by Mr. Kennedy. So now we need a discussion on the motion to amend, which I'm hoping to lead this group to determining a time certain.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
This is where we are now. So now, members, the motion to amend Mr. Cologne's motion to postpone. There is a motion to amend it, which has been seconded, to determine a date and time certain for taking the agenda item up again at a future meeting. I will open the board to discussion of that motion to amend.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask that Mrs. Messenger's motion to postpone be amended to be postponed to 1:30 today.
Okay, I'll second that, because I think that's a good point. We have to not only, I think we need to be clear when we're postponing too.
I agree.
Unless, Jeannie, you want to try that, I can withdraw and you can,
Well, I had an idea.
Ms.
Can I throw
Messenger's
out
on
my
the board
idea?
to speak.
Can I throw it out there? And if you don't like it, just throw it right back, okay? The 10th, April 10th, there is not a lot on a workshop. Can we, instead of doing this for however long we've been doing it, can we put it on a workshop, discuss it,
Good idea.
and then on April 10th, vote? And just postpone this until April 10th. We will have lots of time. There's only a small workshop thing. I don't remember what it was. Now there might be more stuff. I don't know. But can we just put it there, really have this conversation, whatever doesn't get solved this afternoon, which I'm hoping Ms. Cook can be the glue.
She's a miracle worker.
I'm a fan. But if not, then
that's a good idea.
then we have time on that day. Can we just dedicate our time to that then instead? Because now I mean this is just, I think this is
If
just
that's a motion,
waste.
I'll second it.
Okay, so. let
It's
me-
a motion to have a discussion on the workshop of April 10th, and then vote and move this vote into the meeting of April 10th.
So let me try to,
actually-
let me try, I think that's an excellent idea, Vice Chair. So I think what Mrs. Messenger's amendment now is to postpone the agenda item to a workshop on April 10th, pending the outcome of the workshop April 10th, it would be added to the agenda on the board's business meeting on April 10th. Is that how you would
Yes,
like it to read?
my hope that we can discuss
Mr.
it
Cologne
beforehand.
has seconded it. Mr. Kennedy has asked for discussion.
a moment, just so we're clean on Robert's Rules of Order. To get back to where, obviously, we have a majority of people that want to go to April 10th, and that's fine. I need to withdraw my second of Mr. Minor's motion to amend that he just made. So I'm withdrawing that second.
Okay,
So
okay,
that's
perfect.
That's
perfect.
cleared. Mr. Minor, will you withdraw that motion? I mean, it's clear what the majority of the board wants to do right now. So let's just end this.
I do not see, benefit of postponing it. I think that it doesn't move us along.
Okay, but you have no second as of now.
Okay, so my motion dies when they
Without a
second,
second, if the
but,
chair says
but
so.
it is
So-
appropriate for discussion. And I think that everything that could be said about this issue has been said several times. I think that having further discussion, both maybe this afternoon and at a workshop in April, and then on a meeting in April isn't good for the community or a good use of our time. It's sort of denial of facing up to a very important and very tough decision, for us all. And its delay has often been described as the cruelest form of denial. And I think we should stop that cruelest form of denial and have a vote forthwith, if not, this afternoon. And the idea of putting this off to April, I don't think is in the best interest of our district.
call the question, please.
Okay, Mr. Minor, your motion to amend failed for lack of a second. The question has been called. Members, if you'll vote on the motion to postpone as amended by Vice Chair Messenger to a workshop on April 10th. At such time, the outcome of the workshop will determine the agenda item to be added to the agenda of the board's business meeting on April 10th at 5:45. If that is what comes out of our workshop on the issue on April 10th, which I suspect the workshop will begin at 3 p.m.
Mr.
Members, will you
Chair?
please vote?
No,
That was not my motion.
that wasn't her motion.
Okay, what was your motion?
My
To bring
motion
to the
was
workshop?
to have it at the workshop and have it at the board meeting.
Okay,
Whether or not,
Okay, fine.
whatever the outcome of the workshop is, I still think that that is something that
Okay.
we should take a vote on, no
So-
matter how it comes out.
okay, so I'll
that was
rephrase
the
the motion.
motion.
So the
That
motion.
was my motion.
The motion is for the issue to be the agenda for the workshop and to be added as a business item for the board's regularly scheduled business meeting at 5:45 on April the 10th. Is that
Yes.
your motion?
Yeah, that's what I seconded. Yeah.
Having reread the motion and clarified it, the question has been called. Members, will you please vote?
Aye.
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 No.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that's what we have on our screen, but I think our voice vote should
Yeah,
carry.
so if you'll show the motion to postpone in the affirmative 4-1.
Sorry about that.
With that, I think we need a short recess before we move into the executive session because we need to discuss
The hearing,
the consultant.
direct hearing,
Pardon me?
hearing.
Yeah,
Not
the
the
hearing,
executive
I'm sorry, the public hearing. Are we ready to move into it, or?
I'm just going to state that I spoke with Mr. Dyer on the direct hearing. I also spoke with Mr. Heaven today. We are ready to proceed, and it will not be long.
Okay, well,
In other words, I have my proofs already there, they're exhibits. Mr. Heaven would like to speak to the board.
Okay,
And he
so-
may call a witness, but I will expedite this.
Okay, so we're going to move into the direct hearing for the termination of Jerome Heaven. I think, Mr. Dye, you would like to address the board with regards to the roles and the process?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, it's a quasi-judicial hearing, which, what that means is that it's similar to a court hearing, judge hearing. You will be hearing from both the administration to present its side of the case, and then you'll be hearing from Mr. From Mr. Heaven to present his side of the case. Both sides can present evidence, call witnesses. They're allowed to cross-examine the other's witnesses. It is not appropriate for the general public to comment on. It's intended so that the two parties, being the administration and Mr. Heaven, will present their best case to you so they have control over what you'll be hearing.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I want to recommend that the board feel free to ask questions as the hearing unfolds, because that's the best way for you to gain an understanding of the issues.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will be right back. I just have to go back.
Should we,
I don't want to make us take a recess. I'll be 2 minutes and I'll be
okay.
back. How about 5 minutes? Let's hear it.
Yeah, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break just so everything, so we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Just wait.
our direct hearing. Mr. Dye?
Mr. Chair, I think it's appropriate this time for the administration to present its case.
Thank you. Mr. Titlebaum?
Even though we have microphones at the tables, I will let you know right now that Mr. Heaven is in this room and that he will be responding accordingly. I'm going to be presenting my case today on behalf of the board, and first I want to say it's almost good afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody, almost. And may it please the board, superintendent, council. On behalf of the administration, I'm here to give you the facts of what the evidence is going to show in this particular case and how it's being presented. Dr. Diana Green, as superintendent of schools, recommends the termination of Jerome Heaven. Let me tell you the factual allegations of this particular case. Mr. Heaven has been employed in the school district as a bus driver since February of 2003. And on July 27, 2017, Mr. Heaven was arrested by the Bradenton Police Department and was charged with solicitation of prostitution in violation of Florida Statute 796.07, which is a first-degree misdemeanor. And the Bradenton Police Department number is 2017-006-396. And the district was alerted of this arrest through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. When we undergo criminal background checks, as the evidence will show, anytime an employee is arrested, we are notified. Those background checks and employment in this district is continuous. Any employee, will, minor arrest or otherwise, it goes to a database, FDLE notifies us. And that's what triggered the notification in this particular instance. We were alerted that he was arrested, and his position as a bus driver required direct contact with students. As his court case would go through the system and to allow due process on the criminal side, he was immediately placed into a temporary assignment where he did not have any contact whatsoever with children as the case progressed. And on February 8, 2018, Mr. Heaven appeared in the Manatee County Circuit Court, that, as I say, I always point, that building over there, and he had a jury trial, and he was represented by counsel. He was tried by a jury of his peers on those charges. And he was found guilty. And he was found guilty for the offense of solicitation of prostitution as charged. As a result of the conviction, he is not qualified to work in the capacity that has direct contact with children, and I'll refer to Florida statute in just a moment as the evidence will show. And he's no longer able to fulfill his requirements for the position of a bus driver accordingly. The school board has policies that will come into play. School board policy 4121.01 and Florida statute 1012.32, which will prohibit the employment for individuals convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. And for purposes only of definition, that was a State Board of Education rule, which is referred to. And based upon the facts, the superintendent has just cause to terminate Jerome Heaven. I have the alleged violations for purposes of law that are presented in this case, which I will go into, but I would like to give Mr. Heaven an opportunity for an opening statement as well.
Thank you, Mr. Heaven.
You want to make an opening statement, sir? You don't have to. It's your call.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Dye.
briefly, before we take witnesses, the clerk needs to swear in witnesses.
Will the clerk swear in the witness?
Are there any other witnesses that will be?
Do we have any other witnesses in the audience in this case?
Well,
Mr. Heaven, you'll need to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is truthful and accurate?
yes.
Okay, having been sworn in, would you like to make an opening statement, Mr. Heaven?
Well, I was scheduled to be here at 9:30 this morning, and here it is. It's after 12 o'clock, and some of the people I had here to speak on my behalf are no longer here. Now, I mean, however you guys want to proceed with it, I guess it's okay. But I did have somebody to speak on my behalf, and they're no longer here.
Let's see, my understanding from Mr. Titlebaum was that he had a discussion with you beforehand and you wanted to proceed, or are you asking to not proceed at this time because your witnesses are no longer here?
No, I'm saying that my witness was here, but couldn't wait because of what you guys had going on.
So would you like to proceed with the hearing, or are you asking council to postpone it until you have witnesses?
I'm not sure about that, actually.
Can I ask you a quick question, Mr. Chairman? And I think the superintendent wants to say something, but was that witness an attorney for you?
No, not an attorney.
Okay, I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Superintendent Green.
Since this is my recommendation, Mr. Nye, I do not have a problem if the gentleman, we can reschedule this at a different time, but that is up to if it is allowable.
Mr. Chair, it's certainly allowable. My view is the gentleman makes a good point that the proceedings this morning went much longer than anybody anticipated, I think. And if he lost a witness because of that, I think my recommendation for the board is to be flexible on accommodating him so he can present the case he thinks he needs to present.
That was my question for Mr. Heaven. So, Mr. Heaven, you have an opportunity, given the agenda extension this morning, to postpone this to another date, which will work out where you can have your witnesses or those that you intended to have them make statements on your behalf. So you have a choice of continuing with the hearing now or rescheduling it rescheduling, which will allow you time to bring your witnesses or supporters forward to speak to the board.
Okay.
Is
I'll
that your
do that.
desire?
Yeah, we can postpone it then, postpone it until that time then.
Okay,
When would that
so
be?
I will let you work with council, with our council, to schedule that date.
Okay.
Unless, Mr. Titlebaum, you know of a date certain where you would like to present the case.
I respectfully defer to the schedule of this board, and I would, like anything else, ask the agency clerk what is the best opportunity for this board to put this on for new business, for this direct hearing.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Mr.
one other
Klum.
thing I'd like to say. Please be flexible with the gentleman, since his witness may not be available on every date we may choose. Try and be accommodating. I'd like to hear the
Thank
entire
you.
story.
And the next time, we'll ensure that whatever we may do with the agenda, we'll do after your hearing.
Thank you.
I'll commit, I think we can commit to that. Mr. Meyer, for
Okay.
comments?
Yes, does Mr. Heaven have the ability to have subpoenas issued, to the witnesses that he
Yes.
would like to apply, be present?
Yes.
Mr. Dye, I'm directing this to you.
Yes, the board does have the ability to subpoena witnesses. It's done through the chair. The chair is the signature.
And, okay, now we have that on the record. Mr. Heaven, did you subpoena any witnesses to be present today?
I didn't subpoena it, no, sir.
Okay. I think that if it appears we're going to postpone this, that you're subpoenaing the witnesses you want to be present when you decide with district council when you want to, have this. I think that's only prudent for your behalf. We want you to have all the due process. And they should understand that if they don't comply with the subpoena, they would be in contempt of a court. And so you talk with them and make sure they know the urgency and importance of being here. And I'm not sure if you're the proper person who serves, who serves the subpoenas here for the employee.
The chairman executes the subpoena, and then they're probably served by a serving agency or by a process server.
It can be done through a process server, and if it's a friendly subpoena, it could even be done through the mail. If it's like you have a hostile witness that doesn't want to be here, it's probably best through a process server or a deputy.
Okay, well, I've served subpoenas myself. I'm just saying, you know, what assistance we provide, I guess we don't. Or what? We do not. We provide the subpoena to the employee, and it's the employee's responsibility to find someone who will serve it on their behalf, apparently.
Mr. Tannenbaum.
Actually, it's the employee who will present a subpoena to the board for the board to sign on
execute.
it and to compel the attendance, and that subpoena would be returned and have to be served by a person over 18 years of age and a non-party to this particular matter. The one request I do have from this board, since we do have Mr. Heaven here, is that we would postpone this matter on the record for a date certain. If we could pick a date certain, there'll be no doubt whatsoever, and Mr. Heaven can speak with me should there be a conflict.
Okay.
That's the request from the general counsel's office.
Do you or the clerk have a recommended date, or the superintendent?
Just a moment, I'm going to check with Mr. Dye and Superintendent.
It seems that April 10th will be a long day, so we might as well just fill it up.
April 10th, 2 o'clock?
What do you mean?
That's all it just, April 10th, most of you will be here. And I recommend that Mr. Heaven's situation is the very first item.
Okay, I have a suggestion. April 10th at 2 o'clock, we'll call a special meeting for this hearing. And I would ask all of the members to refrain from amending the agenda for the special hearing to hear Mr. Heaven's case. And then we will allow an hour for that. So from 2 to 3, should that be sufficient time?
Yes.
Okay, so we will call a special meeting of the board for the hearing of Mr. Heaven at 2 o'clock on April 10th. That will be followed by our workshop, which we had already discussed, which will then be followed by the business meeting of the board. So we'll have 3 meetings called for on the 10th, with the special meeting solely for the purpose of the hearing on Mr. Heaven's case. Okay. Mr. Colon.
I simply want to make sure that we hear everything regarding Mr. Evans' case. I consider employment a very important situation. In order to not make it a burden on him, if he has any subpoenas that have to be filed that represents a financial hardship to you, I would respectfully ask that the board have them served.
Okay. All right.
It's a nominal fee,
Sure.
I understand, but, you know, for some people, that does become a financial hardship if there's 4 or 5 of them that have to be served.
Okay, so point well taken.
That's all.
Ms. Messenger.
I'm just gonna say, if we do that, will that set a precedent for every other thing we ever do?
We have not done that in the past. The procedures I mentioned before would be to have a subpoena would be prepared by Mr. Heaven for an individual on a date certain at a time certain. It would be signed by the board chair. It would be given to Mr. Heaven for him, not him personally to serve, but he could have somebody.
To have it served.
He could have it served. Anybody over 18 that's not a party to the action may serve it.
And I think what I was hearing from Mr. Heaven is these are people that are known to him, are friends or colleagues, and so it wouldn't be a hostile witness subpoena. It would be one that had already volunteered, I think, to speak on Mr. Heaven's behalf. So it could be delivered by mail or by person, is what I heard. By a person over 18 who's not related to the case.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Messenger, any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Heaven. We look forward to seeing you on the 10th of April at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
all.
Okay, at this time, we will close the hearing, or are we postponing the hearing? We're closing the hearing for today. We'll now move to an executive session, so we will need to clear the room with the exception of the board and individuals. I think we have someone from or we had somebody from the Attorney General's office? Are they here? So they would be, perfect. So if our guest would please clear the room. We have the internal auditor and representatives who will stay, and we have a member from the state attorney general's office who will be staying with us.
Mr. Chair, I think you mean Auditor General.
That's what I said, auditor general. Oh, did I? Auditor general, auditor general. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Mayor, that would make 4, I told you. 40 and 3. What? I've eaten 3, but I think Mr. Minor's about to tie me right now with that one.
Let me ruin everybody's day and say, let's break for lunch.
When you're in my day.
We have donut appetizers and lunch is waiting for us upstairs. My guess is that we'll be up there by about 1:30.
Looks like Mr. Meyer and I are gonna have to compete for donuts.
I'm resisting.
We are doing this.
Those chocolate frosted look very good.
Never mind, Mr. Meyer is safe, it's Miss Messenger I'm competing with now.
She's from the
Mr. Chair?
I know, please. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy
No,
had a
we're-
comment?
We're back on.
Oh, wait a second, wait,
We have
okay.
we have to make a motion to move
Yes,
everything
yes,
to.
yes. So, I'm sorry, I need to, the clerk is now back with us. I am, are we ready to close? Nope. Okay. No, I need to close the executive session first, correct? Okay, this closes our executive session. Now we are back on the special meeting as amended. Mr. Taubman, do you have a
I just need
request?
clarification for my role. I represent the school district of Manatee County as a general counsel, legal work for the superintendent and also for this particular board. If Mr. Haven comes to me with a subpoena, and should he prepare it, I do not prepare subpoenas, we don't have the template, we do not do that for adversaries
Okay.
or employees, and we've never done in the past. My understanding is from what Mr. Cologne has stated, I will gladly serve it for him. And
No. We'll follow standard procedures. If he presents a subpoena for me to execute, I'll execute it, and he'll be responsible for distributing it.
Okay, but again,
Or serving it.
I have no issue, again, if he needs to
Okay.
serve in Bradenton Police Department, that's fine. But again, Mr. Haven spoke to me outside and told me that he believed it was my obligation to prepare subpoenas for him. And no, I do not
No,
do
you
that.
should go ahead and send him written correspondence clarifying that.
I told him,
Okay.
I don't do it.
No, send the correspondence in writing.
I will
Okay,
do,
all right.
Mr. Cologne, I will do so in writing as well.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Kennedy?
Apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we postpone the remaining 3 items on the agenda till the April 10th regular meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any discussion? Without objection, show it approved. I will
I
now.
make a motion, we adjourn.
Mr. Kennedy moves, we rise in adjournment. Nicely done, Mr. Kennedy.
We gotta go
We gotta go
upstairs.
upstairs then for lunch.
I don't want to.
That was originally scheduled.